There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me.
The stew's awfully thin these days.
What do you expect?
Where are you?
Can I help you, Sid?
I'm looking for Doris. Is she here?
I'm afraid not. She's at Martha's Rest on a job. My job, actually. When she heard what the mission was, she insisted on going herself. Alone.
Did she?
Following up on once they'd settled in. The bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's Eyrie were keen to talk about their imprisonment. And about their
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were attacked by the Beastmen. I'll go and find her. She's at Martha's Rest, you say?
If she's not moved on already, yes. I hope everything's all right.
Why would Doris insist on going alone? Maybe Cole was right to be worried.
What will it be today?
What is it that you wish to learn?
Here you are. Thus ends today's lesson.
How do you split the sea, you reckon?
Heard the bad news then, did you?
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old horn. With the forge and all that. Well, anyway, the mine's just down the road from there are spewing out ether like no one's business.
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. Akashic. Every creature in the area is either turned, or on the way to turning, apparently. Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. They need help, and quick. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts can do. Except get eaten. If something ain't done soon, the old place will be overrun.
I won't let that happen.
Didn't think you would.
Does Blackthorn know?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. He'd only do something stupid. You reckon we should tell him?
No. It's better this way.
Yeah, well, I can't stand about knowing what's happening out there, so I'm off.
How was she? The Enterprise, I mean.
Ah, Sid. Just the man I was hoping to see. Did you have a mo?
Don't tell me. You need more bomb ash.
Oh no, we still got plenty of that left. I'm working on bringing another one of the Chief's designs to life. This time, it's a new smelter. It's got a reverberatory hood over the top for additional thermal amplification and a system of reciprocal let's just say it gets very blimmin' hot A heck of a lot hotter than anything Blackthorn's got in his forge, that's for certain. Only mithril engines get hotter, and you can't chuck ore in one of them and get metal out the other end. Trouble is, we won't be able to make out of any old rubbish, neither. And I hear you once helped Helena get her hands on exactly that.
If it's for the good of the hideaway, I'd be...
Oh.
So, what exactly is this good stuff?
You've got a couple of examples here.
More fallen material, so this smelter is similar to the mithril engine in...
That's right. They're a bit like the thermal head. And what's more, they're directional, transferring heat from the inside to the outside. But these things, they're all outside. If we line, we've collected as many as we can, and I know where we can get the rest.
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some echoes?
That's it, and we're only 3 short, mind. There's one up Amber Way, and another in the Silent South, over in Dalmekia. Last one is in the ruins of Advent, which is in the Empire.
All right then. Wish me luck.
It'll do. I'll be keeping all my fingers and toes crossed.
With Canva in the hands of Akashic, we'll need to find another port.
Preferably one as well hidden as...
How may I help you today, Clive? Come again. I may have more for you.
Doris should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't...
Anything catch your eye? Much obliged. Thanks very much. Take care out there, eh?
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
It's been a pleasure, Doris. Just like old times.
I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to Martha's Rest?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver. I trust you're being careful.
Of course. and it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine that the slaver we've been tracking is an old acquaintance. She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, and then vanished without a trace.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So, was it a fruitful reunion?
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrek. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort, which she wants me to join. She's dangerous, Sid, but I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety. Where are they?
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to the hideaway.
Clive, I was just about to send for you. I'd like you to take something to Sir Wade up in Eastpool. Seeds for planting. Thought it was about time they started growing their own food. I'll keep providing them with whatever they need in the meantime, of course. But if Eastpool's going to survive, it's got to be able to fend for itself. As of those poor bearers. They've lived their whole lives in servitude, but now they're their own masters. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest how to provide for themselves. So it's up to us to teach them. And if you're wondering why you, well, the Wagoneers taking supplies up that way have been coming back with more and more reports of Akashic around the village of late. Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it, but I think even he's starting to worry. And if he's likely to share those concerns with anyone, it's you.
All right.
Thanks. Well, there. That should be enough to keep them in Gazal Greens for a few years.
Gazal Greens.
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. But they're hardy. They grow better that than something that'll wither away at first frost. And chocobos love them too, which is no small thing. When I say all of us need to pull together to get Eastpool back on its feet, I ain't exactly succulent, but cook 'em right and they're...
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do with them. I'll go up there and show him...
I'm sure you will.
Faster!
Good. They haven't... How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming. Ready the bearers. We're leaving.
Back to civilization, is it, Mom?
With all haste. Lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless bumpkins. I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more, and I'll be docking your pay.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, but before you go, it appears we have company. Kill him.
You're welcome to try. So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the swordswoman I used to be. I surrender. Do with me as you wish, Sid the Outlaw.
Sid!
Ah, Doris. I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegade? You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished to. But casting your lot with this criminal of all people.
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Sid. I should have told you sooner. This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be weapons in service of the highest bidder. She raised me like a daughter, and I did terrible things to earn her favor.
It wasn't all terrible, surely. We had our fun, too. You were always so eager to learn, and had such clever hands. All my other children took either to the blade or to the books. Always either or. But you proved yourself a master of both. That's why I kept you for my own. How about it, my little dagger?
I never swore my blade to you, nor will I ever, to liberate the bearers of this world. Farewell, Master. Thank you for making me the weapon I am.
You always were a righteous child. Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. Not anymore. And she no longer has friends in high places. The Dame does, though. Her connections at the Imperial Court will see that
All right.
I am.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put coals.
Welcome back, Sid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across the border.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and your letter. You don't need to worry about Doris anymore.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her report. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sunbreak. She won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't.
I hope so. Suppose you should know, eh? You had quite the past yourself before you came here, or so I understand. Anyway, thanks again, Sid. The curse...
Keep up the good work, Cole. Good girl. I'll need to deal with these ones first. This is it. Right then. Just two more to find. Ready, go? Yeah! You deserve a rest. down. Fly, Ambrosia. Enough of you, are there? Fire and flame! Stay down! That's all of them. Owain can uncross his toes now.
Ah, sir.
Good, thankfully.
Ah, that's brilliant! I'll fit him to the smelt. May I the Telemon for...
She's a beauty.
You saved my bacon again, Sid! And I ain't about to let your good deed go unrewarded.
It's fine, really. My bag's, flexible enough already.
Oh, don't say that. I'm sure I can make a few improvements to it yet.
You could just...
How about that clasp? Looks a bit stiff. Reckon you could loosen it, and I reckon I know how. With a new alloy we've been working on. The Telemon furnace was just what we needed to perfect it. It's a metal, see? So it's lovely and strong, but it's also...
stretchy metal.
That is this... So?
Thank you, Owain.
Shh, don't mention it. You earned it. And I wanted to get some practice in using that metal anyway. Reckon we'll have all kind... Can't think of any right now, but... That's all right, maybe even out one day, the whole world's gonna know about the inventions you've helped us put together. That bag of yours will be the first of many.
They'll hardly believe... So Dravost is still standing. For now, at least.
You can swing a hammer.
I have some things for sale. Certainly. Thank you. Certainly. Here you are.
Clive!
And the Akashic.
Mostly off to the north still. But I spoke to Doris's scouts and it turns out things are worse than I thought. Told old Snotty to be ready to seal the north gate. Enough for the villagers to barricade themselves in.
Well done.
Welcome. I'd never have guessed, you know. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravost would turn out to be the realm's most infamous outlaw? Keen to help us out again?
I am.
Thought you could sneak off without me, did ya?
Blackthorn.
Oh, what are you doing here?
One of the scouts couldn't keep his voice down. Unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved to know. Zoltan, how long's it been? Long enough for us two to turn into a pair of old codgers, I see.
That your idea of an apology? Prick.
Don't listen to him. You only did what you thought was best. For the village and that.
I did, yeah. But that ain't the whole of it. Vulcan, our master, didn't leave the chiefdom to the two of us. He left it to me. The best blacksmith in Dravost, barring himself, of course. Bloody stupid tradition, in my opinion. If someone's got talent, you should let them practice their craft, not ask them to settle petty feuds and barter for grain. Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about to let that happen to me.
So you wasted half of mine instead.
You're what Dravost needed. Under me and my precious ideals, this place wouldn't have lasted a year. So I left to devote myself to the work and spare you lot the consequences. I may be a selfish prick, but I only did what I felt I had to.
What you had to do was your duty!
Even if it meant we all starved?
Enough. This is no time for bickering. You can finish beating each other up once Dravost is safe.
Fine. I've said my piece anyway.
Yeah, so have I.
Sorry, Clive. I shouldn't have stuck my nose in. Short enough on time as it is. Still, give us a mo, would you? I need to get my head straight before any of them Akashic try to bite it off. You,
We can't afford to waste.
Right you are. Might don't want any nasty surprise. Oh, and Blackthorn.
Akashic on the move.
How close are they?
Within sight of the walls. And there are more. They'll wash right over us if we stay out in the open.
Good idea. Get yourselves inside.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight it.
Well, let's hope you don't. That's sad. Once the scouts are inside, order your men to no heroic last stands, you hear me? No fighting at all if you can help it.
August's right. I've seen what Akashic beasts can do to armor. The people here are tough and willing, but they ain't equipped to face what's coming.
I'm going out there. Start work on the gate as soon as I've left.
And if they kill you?
You evacuate, and it won't come to that. Take good care of Dravost till I can...
Leave it to me, and...
All right. Which one of you's first? Is that it? Apparently not. They're not getting past me. Let's try. Now, the question is, did I miss any?
Man alive! You're still in one piece!
I slew as many as I could.
As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot, more like it. Well, almost.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the wall. But we got the bastards, don't you worry.
Good. Though you do know, more will come in time.
In time, yeah. But we can think about them later. Let's get you back inside.
Sid! You're even more fearsome than your reputation. Enough to give those Akashic monsters nightmares. I almost felt sorry for the wretched things. But mostly, I felt grateful. Dravoged won't forget what you did today.
I'm afraid I've only delayed the inevitable. There's no getting rid of that ether flood. Meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up clawing at your walls again.
And that's if the flood don't spread. If it does, well, I hate to say it, but the village's days are numbered.
That may be, but we're staying just the same. With ether floods springing up all over, it's no less safe than anywhere, and more importantly, it's our home. We'll fortify the gates to the north, and I'll see that they're guarded day and night.
All right. Then we'll give you a hand shoring up those defenses.
As for you, Blackthorn, that's twice you've turned up when Dravos needed you. So, thanks.
I shouldn't have stayed away so long. And I shouldn't have left without talking it over with you first.
Too bloody right you shouldn't. Though I always envied you. How you made everything look so easy when, for me, it was anything but. You leaving gave me the perfect excuse to hate you. And from that day on, I never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. But what you said earlier, it was true. You'd have been the death of this place.
Finally, something we can agree on. I hope you see the sense of it eventually. You kept this place alive.
Alive, perhaps. Wealthy even, but... Dravos isn't. Our work used to be the pride of Dalmekia. Now, we churn out the same rubbish day after day, because it's not about the craft anymore. I wouldn't send my sons to war wearing the shit most of our smiths are making. I've kept working, honing my skills, trying to lead by example, but no one sees the point. The average castle apprentice has as much passion for the craft as our current lot. Come back to us, Blackthorn. I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same forge again.
That's a kind offer. Kinder than I deserve. And I wish I could accept, but I'm needed elsewhere. There's people who trust their lives to my steel, and I daren't let them down.
Fair enough.
But that doesn't mean I couldn't visit from time to time. Let's see if we can't rekindle this town's passion for the craft, shall we?
I'd like that.
Just be sure to tell Snotty to let me in the next time I come calling, yeah?
Knowing him, he'd let you in anyway. Blackthorn. The Master Smith turned outlaw, back in my good graces. I never thought I'd see the day.
I'd say that went pretty well, wouldn't you?
Even better than I'd hoped.
Sid, I've got something for you.
And this is?
A token of but I'm of a mind to make you, if designs for a certain sword have been passed down from chief to chief for generations.
Now hold on, Zoltan. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not been a craftsman equal to the task. I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel, and I've learned to own an edge Odin will be proud of. But the engravings on that thing are enough to make a jeweler cry. And they're not just for show, either.
Have you forgotten what brought you back to Dravos in the first place? A certain ring? I knew I'd never surpass you with a hammer and tongs. So I turned my hand to a different kind of metalwork. Between the two of us, I'd say we're the equal of any master.
You know what? I think you might be right. Clive, you wouldn't mind if Zoltan came back to the hideaway?
As long as he can keep our secret.
Right. Zoltan.
With a little help from Blackthorn, I don't see why we can't.
Ah, the man himself.
We were just about to make a start on that sword I promised you.
It's funny, but none of this would have been possible without you. You remember Camille? We'll be using his leather work for the grip. The steel, meanwhile, will be tempered in a fire, burning the cinders you charmed out of old Zoltan here. And that whetstone from the Outer Isles, that'll be what gives the blade its edge. And the final flourish will be my talented colleagues' engraving.
A team effort led by the greatest blacksmith alive.
Now, save that talk till the thing's finished, yeah? Right. I'm ready if you are.
To the bellows it is, then.
Well, bugger me. We actually did it.
The sword to end all swords. Ragnarok.
It's quite something.
I, trust you'll take good care of it.
Thank you. Both of you.
So, does this make you pair the greatest craftsmen alive, then?
This? Nah. This was just... It'll take more than that to earn us our place in history. But we're up for the challenge.
A list of materials.
Zoltan and I got talking on the long road back from Dravost.
We reckon with those items there, we could craft something even better than the Ragnarok. Something worthy of a legendary outlaw like yourself.
That's a weapon I'd like to see.
I was hoping you'd say that.
One legend at a time, eh, lads? Before you start on the next, who fancies raising a cup to friend...
Good idea. No more drinking to forget my past. It's about time I had something to celebrate.
Then tap the kegs!
Trouble with your gear, or... I never thought me and Zoltan, and if it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't. What do you want? Anything else?
Ah, Lord Rossfield. What brings you to Eastpool?
A delivery from...
These are Gizal green seeds. Martha's keen to cut the apron strings then, is she? I jest, of course. You see, but they'd long since gone to seed.
Martha was hoping he might be able to show the bearers how to plant so that they'll be able to fend for themselves.
That's not about... These bearers had only recently escaped their bonds before. They know little of freedom, of providing for themselves and their loved. Unless we teach them how to live like free men, I fear that all we have achieved in bringing them here is to exchange one master for another. Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example to them so far. Subsisting almost... It's about time we all started to provide for ourselves. Unfortunately, we've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides bolstering our defenses.
The Horde is... They're coming, Sir Wade.
Time it all. I thought we'd have more time. Gather the men in the square. Send...
Yes, Sir Wade.
The Horde.
A Kashek. A veritable legion of them. They've been seen prowling around the northern... We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size. I had hoped to build a perimeter wall so that myself and the...
Now you're out of time.
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive before they do...
What if you could call on reinforcements?
You mean the bearers? We brought them here so they might live.
So wait. You said you lacked men to defend the village. Are the bearers not men, though they may not be trained soldiers like your guardians? What help they are able to offer...
You're right, my... I will... My friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
You would send us to the slaughter, to serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will, a home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for. Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home! And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it! You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and women?
Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together. For Eastpool! For Eastpool!
Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
Well, if it was numbers you will act...
Thanks to you.
Me? Oh, I just...
Lord Rosfield,
So what's the plan of action?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position themselves upon engaging with the Akashic. Each detachment will keep the creatures occupied as best they...
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all costs. Instead, by coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm converge at a point of... With luck, that point will be the village square. The perfect place for our most able warriors to surround and for you and I to...
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong nerves to... I'd say you have both in abundance, Sir Wade. Please, leave the last of the fight...
Ha! And let you have all the...
Sir Wade!
Then you know what you... We work together, each shielding the other that no man might fall. For Rosaria!
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord.
And I will do as you...
Suppose we'd better do our bit.
Right, you...
The calm before the storm. And here it comes. Let this village fall. Looks like that's the last of them.
Lord Rosfield! Change of plan!
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic curl's been sighted on Rhiannon's ride and is headed in their direction.
Well, the better half of her guard. So wait, how many
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I think the worst. I could order a detachment or two.
No. Let them you stay here too, Sir Wade. I'll go after the curl. Join me only when Eastpool is...
If you're sure. May the Founder protect...
next one's mine. I might not know what.
Ready, go? Run like the wind. With me, Torgal. All right. Back to Eastpool.
Lord Rossfield, the Curl, is it?
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. And for you, my lord. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but I hesitate to say it, but...
I think it might.
We saved East... Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
No, Sir Wade. It's us who should be thanking you. You brought us together. Showed us what it means to fight for what you hold dear.
We never had nothing to call our own before. We didn't know what it meant to protect it, but now we do. We really do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. You and your people saved us, and still we doubted you. But there's no doubt in my mind anymore. We're free men now, so we have to start acting like it. We have to fight to protect what's ours, to protect Eastpool.
And we shall. We all shall. Together. This is our home. And if anyone or anything tries to take it away,
they'll have us to answer to.
Come on then. Let's get to work.
This village isn't gonna rebuild itself.
They're not slaves anymore.
no. Your father took pity on the bearer, and I believe if he were still with us today, this is what he would have wanted.
I believe you might be.
I shall remain here, my lord. And after all, this is my home now too. And I could hardly call myself an Eastpoolian if I didn't pull my weight.
I think you'll find it's East Pudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud all the same. I'll have to pull my weight too. Can't have the rest getting outclassed. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support, Martha?
Of course. And us Rosarians have got to stick together, haven't we?
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you get... I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds.
All right.
Lord Rossfield, do you remember our very clearing the goblins from the Stillwind Marshes?
How could I forget?
There's one sight that I shall never forget. You, facing off against that giant Morble. Not a trace of fear on your face. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like giving up. When the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor, I thought I may as well just lay down my sword and surrender. But every time, I would think back to the look in your eyes that day and remember what it means to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage. Thanks to you.
So Wade, you have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosaria, will be safe in your hands.
Thank you, my lord. I know the rest of the world will be safe in yours.
I'll do my best.
The hero it's lucky you came by. Not only did my seeds get delivered, but you...
I just did what I...
And it's only right that you get reward. Take it before...
Thank you, Martha.
So, Eastpool's finally... and a home to free bearers. Who'd have...
Well, it was your idea.
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers in charge of themselves, thinking for themselves. Though I suppose the rest ain't much different nowadays. You know, bearers living free like that. Reminds me of when I first met Sid. Loath as I am to recall that particular day.
I take it you didn't always see eye to eye. What happened?
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I do long before I met Sid. In fact, that's how I met him. Or at least how he came to meet me. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying as slaves. Got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off and report me to the garrison. And do you know what he did? He smiled. And then he laughed. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day. That whenever one of us was in need, the other would always be there for him.
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing. To make life better for bearers. Just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, I saw how he tried to change things. He certainly didn't lack for ambition, that one.
Indeed. But the loftier one's ambitions, the harder they are to achieve. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like Sid and my father started.
Suppose you're right, aye. And if we don't manage it, there's always them who come after us. Good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the wings, eh? It's almost enough to give you a little bit of hope.
Just a little.
Anyway, enough nattering. Better get back to work. Let's see about making at least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve as a hot meal. And you and me ain't gonna save the world on an empty stomach neither.
That sounds like a...
There were ghosts at the gates not days ago. Those things I said before about not being able to fight.
Oh, Clive. What am I to do? My wards and I may soon be without a home.
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from his lofty throne and taken up residence here in Northreach.
The High Cardinal?
Leader of the Council of Elders, second only to his Radiance at the head of the Imperial government. Not that any of those things still exist. Now he goes by his noble title, the Duke of Oriflamme.
And what does he want with Northreach?
He wants to transform it into a military stronghold. A foundation upon which to build a new Sambrek. He's already secured the support of the various army remnants, with promises that they shall be afforded the respect they deserve in his empire. One built on the confiscated property of the people.
He would rob the populace to pay for it.
Believe me, I have used every means of persuasion to discourage him from this folly. But for
what does Captain Philippe make of this? When the town was under attack, it was him the soldiers rallied around. Couldn't he use that influence again?
How? By speaking out against a man whose stated aim is to revive the empire Philippe's comrades swore to serve, and to improve the soldiers' lot within it. The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel, and an occasional trip to the Vale to help them forget the terrors they face each day. The Duke offers them a vision of strength and safety. No. Any attempt to incite mutiny would cost Philippe the support of his men. But given the mood around town, mutiny may yet be unavoidable. The people have little appetite for further deprivation. Least of all when it serves only to elevate others.
And who could blame them?
Clive, would you appeal to the Duke on my behalf? For your services to Northreach, you have the respect of the soldiers, and they will take you to His Eminence if you ask them. And unlike Philippe, no bonds of loyalty prevent you from speaking your mind to the man. Well, will you try? You could hardly fare any worse than I did.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Clive.
Tell me then, where will I find this Duke of Oriflamme? In the garrison?
Overseeing the troops, yes.
All right. I may have met this Duke before, at the Remembrance Ceremony. Let's hope I didn't make a strong impression.
Halt! Oh, sorry about that. You're the dame's man, aren't you? You got some business with the captain?
No, actually. With the Duke. I was hoping I might be able to speak with him.
We're under orders not to let any civilians pass. But you should be all right. His Eminence has heard all about you and your heroics. Wait here. I'll go and ask.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid to the garrison. The Empire owes you a debt, and I shall see it repaid. But tell me, is it wealth that you seek, or favor?
Neither, Your Eminence. I thought only to inquire about your plan to turn Northreach into a stronghold.
Ah, I see. You are worried the expanded garrison will render your services redundant. Yet you needn't be. A proud fighting man like yourself shall always have a place here. Pride of place, in fact. For too long has the contribution of the noble soldier been under-reckoned. But no more. For it is they who shall see the Holy Empire rebuilt, beginning right here in Northreach.
Why here, Your Eminence?
The town has been fortunate enough to escape largely unscathed from the recent troubles. Her defenses are, which is more than can be said for Orif. The Empire wants for a capital, and I believe Northreach to be the perfect place. With Caer Norvent as her citadel. Once we have seen to the refortification of both the town and the castle, we need only build a wall around both to create a city that would be the envy of the twins. Plans are already underway for the construct. Soon enough, these thralls shall learn that they...
I fear you underestimate how dangerous these creatures are, Your Eminence. Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together in defense of the town. Something they may be loath to do if they've been...
The people will do as they... If Sandbreck is to be rebuilt, she will require one whose authority... That is why this levy is necessary. So that any man who wishes to join the army might do so and be fed, outfitted, and paid as befits a And yet there are those who persist in peddling the treasonous lie that I seek to steal from the people.
I suspect they're afraid of losing what little they have left.
Precisely. The common folk have little and less, and you mean to deprive them of even that. You would sow the seeds of your new empire in your own salted earth.
Sabine, we have discussed this.
Yes, and I told you then how putting the empire before her citizens would lead only to revolt.
Without an empire, there are no citizens.
And in yours, there will be only beggars. Is that what Griga wills for her people?
Do not take her name in vain, Sabine.
I'll come back later. A citizens' revolt. I wonder what the people really think of the Duke's plan. It wouldn't hurt to ask them, I suppose. Let's begin with those on the other side of the wall.
There were ghosts at the gates not days ago.
All right there. What is it?
Just your opinion, actually. I wondered what you thought of the Duke.
Not much. It's thanks to nobles like him that we had to set up shop this side of the wall in the first place. Couldn't have the rabble getting any closer to the holy capital, could they? And now he's trying to drive us out completely, threatening to take everything we got from us. If the dame said she wanted him run out of town, I'd be straight through that checkpoint top.
I heard the dame got an icon to rid the meadows of those guards.
A question. What do you think of the Duke of Oriflamme?
You build a life for yourself somewhere, earning for some noble to turn up and tell you got to hand it. If he thinks his name and his chains give him the right to empty our... We'll do whatever it takes to... Whatever it takes.
Why, your soul is
I've been hearing a lot of talk about a certain
Nothing good, I'll wait. Going around acting like he and with hardly a word to the dame. This is her.
I take it you'd rather she was in charge.
As far as I'm concerned, just need His Eminence to sod off.
Well, the people seem united enough. What about the soldiers? Excuse me, I wondered if you'd mind sharing your thoughts.
Well, he's made a lot of... I mean, look around us. The traders might not like having the screws put on them, but if they volunteered a few more of their hard-earned... I think the Duke's got a point when he says rebuilding the Empire is the best way of making sure. And if that means people who don't know one end of a sword from another have to make way for those who do, well, that's just how it goes.
You're the one who was talking to His Eminence.
On the Dame's behalf, yes. I was trying to persuade him not to take the people's goodwill for granted, but it seems my words fell on deaf ears. What do you think of his plans?
I'm a soldier, mate. He tells me what to do, not the other way round. Listen, I've got nothing but respect for the Dame, but that's where my loyalties lie. Not with the town or the Empire, but with my wife and children. If the Duke can get us cement and the equipment we need to fight off those blue-skinned bastards...
I left everything. As long as you remain, the Veil will see to your needs.
You are embarrassing me.
I hear the Duke of Oriflamme plans to turn... Do you think that's a good idea?
It's not for me to say. All I know is that unless the Emperor orders me otherwise, look, no one likes all these taxes and tariffs, but empires don't come for free. Once Sandbreck is back on her feet, we'll all reap the benefits.
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this. Captain.
For you? Sir, thank you for last time. How can I help you?
I wanted to ask you about the Duke of Oriflamme. Do you intend to go along with his plan?
But to tell you the truth, I'm in two minds. It's my sworn duty as a captain of the Imperial Army to obey his orders. But I can't say I agree with him.
Philippe, I remember you saying that you became a soldier to protect the people you loved. The Dame included.
That's right. I did.
Well, she doesn't agree with the Duke's orders either.
Thank you, Clive. Protecting the people I love is what matters. Well, duty calls. Thanks again.
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing at least. I expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that, if nothing.
Ah, Clive, were you able to speak with the Duke?
I was, but...
So Northreach is to be a fortress after all. Well, it will certainly help to hold back the thralls. There's no denying that. Though I doubt it will come as much consolation to the townspeople whose worldly goods are confiscated to pay for it. They deserve to be heard, Clive. To have a say in this new empire the Duke means to build.
Sadly, His Eminence values their obedience more than their opinions, and hopes to reassert the authority of the state. I fear he sees the people as mere pawns on his chessboard to be sacrificed for the greater good. Needless to say, they themselves are of a different opinion, and would rather their destinies were in your hands. The soldiers, meanwhile, are content to follow their orders. And not just because of the Duke's rank, but because of his vision.
I thought as much. Had I sworn to protect Sambrack, I dare say I too would want nothing more than to see it rise from the ashes. Thank you for trying.
I don't know about that.
What happened to your uniform?
I handed it in, along with my resignation. Told the lads I wished them well, but that I owe it to those I love to call it a day.
Why?
Because I realize what really matters to me. Not following some nobleman's orders for the sake of it, but protecting what I care about. Protecting Northreach. I honestly don't know when those monsters will return, but I'm certain they're not finished with us yet. And when they do come back, we need to be ready for them. We need to stand together, all of us. And with you to lead us, milady, I reckon we can do it. It was you who finally convinced me, Clive. There's no point following orders if they go against everything you believe.
Indeed.
All of us, standing together. That has always been Northreach's best hope. We have only to turn our attentions to the... Thank you, Philippe.
Anything for you, milady. Speaking of standing together, would you mind if I borrowed a few of the lads from the Vale to help keep watch around the town? I fear His Eminence has loftier tasks in mind for the guard.
Not at all. Be my guest.
Wouldn't be the first time.
There may be hope for Northreach yet. Especially with men like you and Philippe to champion. I, for my part, shall continue to work upon the Duke. In the stubborn belief that I might still tempt him into... But I suspect I shall have to call upon your... Until then,
Until then?
What's happened? Ah, Clive. You'll be...
That is good news.
Yes. Our comrade in Randala has just said I still have much and more to prepare. It's a huge... You couldn't do me a quick favor, could...
What is it this time?
Nothing like that. I just need you to go over to the caravans and ask Elle how long we have until the bear. Find out exactly how much faster I...
All right.
Thanks, Clive.
Don't blame yourself, Elle. This is I know, no buts up.
Is something wrong?
Vonnie came to give me a message from our into talks with the Republican Army of I've reached an agreement with the Silver Peak Consortium. Though prices have fallen of late, we deliberately offered the consortium offered double what we did, and
You had no opportunity to make a counter.
none at all,
Elle? What? I saw Vonnie leaving.
and with good reason.
But I thought we were the only ones the Fist were speaking. How did the consortium even...
It's not so surprising. This isn't over. The consort... I'm going to Randall.
Alone?
Are you offering? How kind. Meet me You go to Cashlock, Theo. Even if I failed, someone needs to prepare the place.
Oh, and that's... Well, it looks like we're meeting the Silver Peak Consortium. She'll never join them after this, surely. No, she said it. She means to stay with us then. I can't say I'm not happy.
You have to trust her.
You're right. And if Elle's off fighting for the cause, so I bid you farewell and safe. I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. We'll make sure you go to Randala and see if you can stop my sister biting the consortium's heads off.
I'll do my best. All right. To Randala. Then.
I wouldn't give for a hot meal. Looks like this is the end of the road for us.
When are they gonna let us through?
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia. Safe. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. You arranged to speak with the consortium.
Here they are now.
You wished to.
It was.
I
was. That no. And
my.
I'm sorry you weren't able to.
the Sarah. No, I did they.
Hello. Word from Cashlock. A pack the.
I'll go.
I'll get.
Hold on, Theo. I'm coming. Come on. Faster! Ready to fight. No need to ride from here. Where's Theodore?
Up,
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia. Where are you, Theo? These creatures have already turned. I can't waste any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does. Looks like it's found me. This thing's turned as well. This isn't going to be easy. had me worried for... We have to get you out of here.
I think it might be a little too late for that. Bearer or no, there's only so much ether a man can take, and that Drake just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream.
Theodore!
And so will you!
Elle. Theodore.
Take care of my sister.
Theodore, wait.
Goodbye, Elle.
Thank you, Clive. I think I'll be all right now.
That was true bravery he showed. Leading the dragon away from the village like that. His first instinct was always to protect people. To put others' well-being before his own.
And now he's gone. Because I sent him to that place, against his will.
It wasn't against his will. He was ready to do whatever it took to show you he could stand on his own. So that you would finally be free to live your own life.
To live my own life? He never could come to terms with the choice I made.
What exactly happened? You once told me Theo was the first bearer you ever helped.
We grew up in Canva. We were born to one of the great trading houses. And I was chosen to inherit the family business. I had my father's head for figures, you see. Theo did not. While I studied the art of commerce, he played at soldiers instead. A late bloomer. For unlike most bearers, it wasn't until his 15th summer that his powers awakened. My parents tried to drive him out of the house and into the care of the constables. But before they could, I took him into mine.
Theo told me something else. He clearly admired your devotion to the cause of freeing others, that he said you deserved a better life than this. just as you freed him from his.
I would be lying if I said I had not wondered from how much easier my life might have been if I hadn't devoted myself to the family But I have never regretted. Being with my brother meant more to me than I only had to look at him to remind myself of that night, and the choice I made, and the fact that I would make the same choice. He was never a burden. How could he even think that? If anything, I was the one who weighed him down.
You weren't, Eloise. That he had always been grateful to you, and that he wanted to repay you by letting you live the life you would. Neither you nor Theo weighed each other down. You did whatever was necessary, and you always would.
You're right. It was so we could be Theo. I know Theo wanted me to move on. We can make a difference here. I need nothing more. So, I'll bringing smiles and to Theo's. This is the life.
I've made a choice to continue helping.
Thank you, Claire. Let's go on.
Lord Rosfield, is there aught the Undying might assist you with this day?
Perhaps. My brother said that your order was... Have you learned anything of note?
Little and less.
I see.
Be assured, however, that we will not rest, and even now, our archaeologians scour ruins in every...
Fallen ruins, I take it. Dating back as far...
Indeed. Ultima's thralls are oft sighted among the remnants of the fallen civilization, as if protecting the secrets
Secrets we'd see unearthed.
Should our methods be of mayhap it would please you to observe some of our numbers.
Would that be possible?
Of course. A survey. Perchance you are familiar with Kretov. I was due to visit my colleagues there to collect their... If you would consent to do so in my stead, I'm sure that they would be honored to relate any discovery.
All right.
They will be most. Might I suggest you take the road through Titan's Way? It will lead you straight to the village.
Thank you.
I wish you a safe journey, my lord. May the Firebirds...
Let's go.
Faster! Ah!
All right. You'll pay for this. There will be survivors. You're finished. Whatever that thing is, I'd say it's their leader. That's better. Should have stayed in the past. These must be Cyril's colleagues.
You have our thanks, stranger.
Who are you?
Ah, forgive. I did not recognize you. We are archaeologians, tasked with surveying this site. When the echoes appeared, our brothers here, thanks to them, and to you, we were, for a mercy, able to...
You call that? Your brothers might still be alive. Surely this survey wasn't what...
We are charged with a duty of the highest import.
And you think your dead brothers would agree with you?
I know they would. They gave their lives for the... Now, to what do we owe the honor of your...
Cyril told me of your work here.
I see. That is most kind. May the Firebird's flame burn...
It's one thing to lay down your life for another. But for a survey... I suppose I'd better get this back to Cyril.
Let us continue then. There is a second half.
Here.
My thanks. I shall study them, and inform you forthwith if I discover aught that might aid you.
Cyril, your survey party suffered several losses. Losses which could have been avoided. Had the others not chosen to complete their work, instead of... Were these your orders?
No. This was their choice. Every Undying devotes his life to the service of the Phoenix. It is our sole duty. And should we die in
Even when death is avoidable.
My lord, I fear that this is not a point over which it would be fruitful to argue. The Undying have served the Phoenix for countless generations. We live to serve the Phoenix.
Cyril. But allow me to offer you a word of advice. It does not further the cause of the Phoenix to have his loyal followers surrender their... Provide your survey parties with an escort. that they might live to do their duty for years to come. Think not only of how you can serve the Phoenix, but how Joshua would want you to serve him. Please.
I thank you, if you will permit me to respond. And we of the Undying will do what we believe as first shield to the Phoenix. I am sure you understand.
I do.
Then we are of the same mind.
Clyde!
I just wanted to see how the town's been faring.
Since we all is absolutely wonderful. And firmly at the helm. Just as the good Lady Jane and...
Are you a lord? Lubos, they're going to make him the Lord of Dalamil. Because of how he's...
It's the mayor of Dalamil, dear child. But if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. And my first act will be to build... Speaking of men, there may be a rather worrying one just over the...
May there in...
I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in putting aside their differences and presenting a united... And they have formed what one could call... And they grow more organized.
We'll fight them all off just like last time. No matter, won't we?
Of course we will. If we continue to work together, the longer we avoid facing this one, the more difficult it will be. Until the only way to... Our best hope is to nip these efforts at organizing by finding those ne'er-do-wells who have yet to join the corps. Perhaps a certain Lord Underhill might be willing.
How could I refuse?
Victor will I have him stationed by the desert gate.
I'll go and speak.
What's the difference between a lord and a mayor? That's...
A League of Outlaws. Sounds like we have some competition. Still in doubt?
Ah,
I thought you'd have returned to Costa.
I did. I've developed something of a... Having worked so hard to see it saved from a sentiment, Master Lubos...
You're not the only one.
What does he want?
He asked for my aid in putting... And he said that you might...
Then you've come at just the right time. There are more camps in the... But we must strike together, and we must strike soon.
All right.
There's one upriver.
Leave it with me.
Fly, Ambrosia. Those ne'er-do-wells will come back.
All right. That must be the camp Victor mentioned. Come on then, Toggle.
That's him! The one who killed Locke and Fingers! Take his head off!
I'd better let Victor know.
Sid, where are you? Ah, I see the bandits.
No, but that's not why you're here, is it?
No.
What is it?
The whole town's saying that Lubor...
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as they should have been. They let one of the bandits escape. At his escape route, some of the children spotted him, and he was up when Lubor felled him without a crystal.
But that's not possible.
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it all these years. If he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. Still, all those people see is a man who's lied to them all his life. One who has made a leader of himself when the world believed he should.
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here, but I know...
You're right.
And now, everyone, I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just such an occasion. And when that occasion, well, it was bound.
We're sorry, Lubor, but we just couldn't anymore.
There's nothing to be sorry for. I rather enjoyed playing the hero for once. All that matters to me is that you two are safe.
Look at him talking to his betters like it's nothing. All lies, I'll wager. Just like the...
Once people make up their minds, it's how we need to do something. Convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them. Convince them that nothing has changed.
You're right.
I'm glad you agree. I'm a Dalmec born and bred. You head to the... Make Conrad and Natalie... They know that Lubor and I are friends. I might not make for the most important... Lord Underhill of Randalar's League of Merchants, however.
I'll do what I can. Lubor, I can't promise anything.
And that is...
Why are you taking the bearers, sir?
Why do they always have to make such a fuss
You all
outside?
along the...
Forgive me for disturbing you.
As have I, Lord Underhill. The rumors that...
He'll never be mayor now.
But what of his wares? Bearer or no, his steel is highly... In this at least, he's done the town a service.
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us.
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us. He lied to you.
So what do you propose? Will you...
Perhaps. And they will thank you not to get him.
The townsfolk have made their minds up. There was nothing I could do.
Nor I. Conrad and Natalie refused to consider anything but their own wounded pride.
You never know. Once their anger is cooled, they might see things differently. For now, we should report back to Lubor.
All right.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
For sharing you.
I assume the situation...
There's still hope.
But perhaps not in this life.
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. We'll talk some sense into them.
No, and your efforts would be better.
But Lub...
Rosina would often tell me that steel does not lie. That a blade is a reflection of the smith who forged it. To yourself be true, that was her point. Rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was taken with a blade of her own making. But I do not doubt that she was always true to herself and what she believed in, right to the end. And so must I be. I must do what I know to be right, no matter what others might think of me. And now, I know what that is. I must embrace my new role of villain so that the people of Dalimil have something to unite against. For only united can they hope to stand against the threat that awaits them. I'll need to make a suitably dramatic exit, of course.
Don't go, Lubor. You're the only one who was ever kind to us. We'll be all alone. Again.
Trust me, little ones, it is for the best that I go. Not only for the town, but for you.
How could it possibly be for the best? The least you can do is give the townspeople a chance.
I would not take it, Victor.
Over. And so just like that, you're going to throw this town? I thought you were better than, but it seems you had me.
Victor.
Forget it. Do what you will.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, I believe it's the best one. Yes. Ah, but where are my manners? Here. Right then. I have packing to do.
If there's anything I can do. Anything.
I'll bear it in mind. Thank you.
Come back.
The stew's awfully thin these days.
What do you expect? My Lord Marquis, that some of my fellow Guardians are to build a new...
It's true.
I have many fun. When I was a child, I read.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of Papio nuts and all.
Clive. If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
What do you recommend?
Sid! How about a round for us little people?
Knowledge hoarded is knowledge. I have quite the find for you today. What subject shall we consider today?
learn everything you needed?
Mid said I could ride the Enterprise next. No, she didn't. She said I could.
Come back.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk. Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot. All yours. Come again. I may have... More for ya.
How are you feeling, Joshua?
Better than I was.
But not nearly as well as you should be. Your cuts and burns may have healed, but your body still bears the burden of every spell cast.
And what would you have had me do? It was no ordinary foe we faced. It was the Warden of Darkness. Yet still, it was not enough. The king could have ended me at any moment, but instead chose to toy with me like a curl does a mouse.
You underestimate yourself.
Oh, it was crystal clear. Only one man established his dominance that day, and that man was Barnabas. I'm sorry, brother. That was ill-spoken. It's just... I have never felt so powerless. And when so many are looking to us for strength, perhaps... perhaps the prince feels the same.
What is this place?
Don't move. Here, it's fresh from the well. Grandmother told me spirits sometimes get lost, and that the lanterns guide them to their proper place. I set one on the river for her when she passed away.
fiend works from the shadows. Was it you who guided my hand then, Ultima? No, not you. This is my doing, my fault, my sin to bear. And for it, I must atone.
Your hurts are healing nicely. It was my poultices that saw you well.
You make them?
And sell them, or try to. Earns me enough for bread, most days.
Forgive me. I have nothing to...
I know, but I couldn't just leave you lying there. You're going then?
Of course. I'm healed. Thanks to you and your poultices.
Will you promise to come back and visit?
Well, Phoenix, it would seem that I owe you my wings.
Perhaps he can find an answer. You will be returning to Waloed soon, I gather.
I see no reason to wait.
Then neither do I.
I can think of a few, but I doubt they'll stop you. You will take your medicine.
Of course, Lady Daya.
Set on leaving already, are ya?
How long will it take us to get back to Ash?
Dunno, about the same amount of time it took us to get here. Maybe less, if your uncle can find someone trustworthy to patch up the Enterprise. All depends on where we're putting into port, mind.
Yes. It's not as if we can put ashore wherever we choose. We have to assume that the whole of Ash is hostile, and that we'll be attacked on sight.
Then we must find a place they won't think to look. And I have an idea who might know of one.
The Professor! I'll go and tell you coming!
While you're plotting our course, I'll be in the shelves with your lawsman. I wish to pick his brains about Ultima.
Then I'll talk to Karen about supplies for the journey. They may not be easy to come by in Ash.
Your brother's body won't take much more of this recklessness. You know that, don't you?
I do.
You've seen more of the world these past 5 years than most do in a lifetime. It's a shame you never had a moment to enjoy it.
I'll still say it were a compliment. Say it all you like. It doesn't make it true. Ah, Clive. Please tell me you've come to take our young prodigy here off my hands.
I'm not here for Mid. I need information on Ash.
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her ovens? Go on.
As soon as the Enterprise is ready, We'll be setting out for Drake's Spine, and we're going to need a safe place to land.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit and splinters.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have resisted invasion for so long? Very little is known of Ash, and the information we do have is spotty and outdated. We have the good King Barnabas to thank for that. Waloed's borders have been closed to outsiders since the day he seized the throne. If there is anywhere safe to land, you won't find it on my map.
Then tell us what we will find. I'm sure you know better than we do.
But no splinters.
All right, if it will get you out of my hair. But interrupt me, and it's over. Understood? Barnabas Tharm, the one they call the Last King. Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldamark, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Valisthea, tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843, and that the king still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's Fang, and throngs of Akashic haunt Canva's streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible, and made bedfellows of beastmen and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash. Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment and dash it against the rocks the next. But then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped. And Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might put ashore. You see, Clive, you had the answer all along.
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, Mid?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were a right bastard. But then, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, would it?
Well said. Thank you, Lady Vivian.
If a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks, I wonder what genuine intelligence might earn me.
Probably more visits. Mid, I need everyone in the ale hall now. I'll fetch Joshua from the shelves.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them.
It's a wonder they can still walk.
I have no reason to assume.
Clive, you must listen to this. Lawsman, tell him.
Do you recall when we spoke before on the divinity of Ultima? Well, it inspired me to delve deeper into the subject. And what I discovered appears to agree with the findings of His Grace.
You will recall that my quest to uncover Ultima's origins began with the mural at Phoenix Gate. But while I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore eluded me. Now, however, I believe I know where to find the more complete example, one that will reveal all we seek.
Master Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Malleus? I would think not, few have. But there was once a time when the faith flourished, the oldest known religion in the Twins, and though its popularity eventually waned on Storm, hints of its dogma remain embedded in more modern faiths such as the Crystalline Orthodox.
Wait, you said it waned on Storm. What of Ash?
Religious monuments are often torn down or repurposed when new faiths rise to prominence. But if no new faith arose, then perhaps the ancient temples might still stand. And so, you see now why I must accompany you to Waloed.
It would appear the past still has much to teach us, though in this case, it would not have been possible without the musings of Moss. To think that you carried a copy of my old mentor's chronicles all along. I am relieved to discover it in good hands.
I shall guard it with my life.
Joshua, if you're finished here, join me in the ale hall. I need to speak to everyone before we leave.
Right away.
Mid said I could ride the Enterprise next. No, she didn't. She said I could.
My apologies.
By now you've all heard where we're going and why. So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stone here by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav, do you know of any?
You bet your ass I do. Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. Just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all, you leave us behind and return to Storm.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But like hell am I leaving anyone behind. The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates alike. You're to stop anyone boarding.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe. You'll be needing passage home, after all.
But... very well.
If there are no questions, I'll see you all at the docks.
Let me know when you're leaving. I want a word before you go.
Of course.
I am certain we will find what we seek in Ash, and learn the truth of Ultima's origins.
Please, Your Grace. My Lord Marquis.
Yote, is anything the matter?
My lord. Yes. Perhaps you might. It's your brother. His condition continues to worsen, though he does his best to hide it. The lesion on his chest pains him more with each passing day.
I had feared as much.
There are certain elixirs which can ease the suffering of those afflicted by the curse, but His Grace's case is severe. The drafts I have been able to prepare for him thus far have ceased to have any real effect. So I consulted with Talia and certain of my comrades among the Undying, and thankfully a recipe was found. The only and our supplies are almost... Unless we can secure more soon. My lord, I know that I have no right to make demands of you.
For Joshua?
Thank...
So?
A rare herb it grows only where the ether is densest. The vigor... We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. But alas, yet more ether has erupted from the earth there recently, leaving the whole... The search continues for a new source.
So it's only that you can't reach it? The Stone and Water itself is unharmed by the flood?
Well, yeah...
Then I shall go in your...
But, my lord...
You've yet to find another source, correct? So for now, the aqueduct decides. I'm a dominant.
Well, Stonewort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms. I shall remain here and prepare.
Run like the wind.
size.
Let's go.
Here's the aqueduct. Now to find our stone fort. Yote mentioned blood-red petals. Just my luck. Do anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it. Here it is. Better collect as much as I can before reinforcements arrive. Right. That should do it. Let's get these back to Yote. Yote, I brought back all the...
Yes, I'm sure it will serve us and...
I'm very glad to.
You and His Grace are very much... You think only of how you might help others.
No more than you have minding my brother.
I am honored that you... But I beg you, my lord, do not...
I'll keep that in mind. Is something wrong?
Not at all. Honestly. Can't a man wish his friend farewell? Just wanted to let you know that I'll keep things in order while you're off saving the world.
I'll hold you to that.
Clive, if you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. You'll not find a better price than that.
The stew's awfully thin these days.
Not Sancfordian, do you? And?
covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of... It's a wonder they can still walk.
Reckon it'll be a long walk to the capital if we follow the cliffs. I'll scout ahead, see if I can't find us an inland route.
Clive. There's something I've been meaning to ask. You took her icon, didn't you?
Yes, I did. She understood.
Oh, she understood. Understood that you decided to save the world all on your own, and that you'd die without her power. How dare you make her choose? You knew damn well she'd never refuse you. But I will. You can't keep pushing us away, Clive. The world is ours to save, not yours.
I used my gift because I thought it was the right thing to do.
And you truly believe this will save you? Will save us all?
I do.
Then so be it. Just don't forget, you're not alone.
Think I found us a trail. Did I miss something?
Only that Joshua didn't.
I don't get it. Always wanted to visit Ash.
We're in Waluda territory now. Don't expect any welcome.
Oh, I don't know, Clive. That castle over there looks inviting enough.
Shall we sample its inhabitants' hospitality?
Remember what I said about warm welcomes, Gav?
This place is as dead as Greagor's ghost. I smelled something.
I see only orcs and a cache here.
Let's hope the villagers made it out in time. It's Camber all over again. Where the hell are the Royalists?
Seems you were right about that welcome after all, Clive.
Is the whole of Ash fallen into Ultima's hands?
That's no peace delegation. We should send a warning to the others.
No. My uncle will have an eye on the coast. I trust he'll find a way to entertain any uninvited guests. Our mark is Drake's Spine, and there's a lot of road between us and it. We press on to Stonehere.
Aye, you never know. It might not be a nest of slavering monsters.
Clive, you must go on ahead without me. This stronghold is as old as Phoenix Gate, perhaps older. It may yet hide Ultima's remaining secrets, and if we are to best him, they must be unearthed.
All right. Stay out of trouble.
I always do. Mostly.
You sure about this?
About leaving my brother on his own. Of course. Mostly.
Lady Vivian's map is so old, it's hard to tell which way is up. But if I'm right, we're not far from a village called Aistla.
Then we make our way there, resupply, and wait for Joshua.
This place reeks like a mobile's arsehole. Though I'm guessing it's not the smell that'll kill us. Bahamut's breath. Don't look down, Torgal. That must be Aistla. What do you think, Clive?
Then we're too late.
Damn it. They're all turned. There's nothing we can do.
I wouldn't say nothing.
No quarter gap!
No quarter!
Gav. Gav!
Don't tell me there's more of the bastards. Oh, fuck.
Have you come to watch, Odin?
Bound for Stonehill. Good. My master awaits you in the capital, though I cannot allow you to attend him in your present state.
And how are you going to stop us?
Why, with this!
What did you do?
If the vessel would see the path opened, it has but to ask. I shall see that my master's prize is made presentable.
Shit! No!
Clive? Would you mind telling me what the fuck just happened? Oh, you've got to be. How are we supposed to get through that?
We seek an audience with the king. If His Majesty wants me to come and ask him, then that is exactly what I'll do.
Before you go practicing your petition, we don't even know where the fucker went. How about we cool our heads and think this through, eh?
All right.
Maybe there's something here we can use. I thought we got them all.
So did I.
Please, no.
Miss. Whoa, easy, Easy. We're not turned, all right?
Who? My thanks, kind travelers.
Edda, forgive me for asking, but what went on here?
It all started when the skies changed. The elders said it was the Arche. One by one, people went mad, minds taken by the ether, till only I remained. By then, I was too far along to run, and then the nights came, and I didn't know what to do.
And this, Arche is...
Just a story. Something our grandparents told us when we misbehaved. About how the heavens would grow dark before the land took her last breath.
The end of the world. You said the others went mad. But where did they go?
They all left. Drawn east to the tower, to reverie. The elders, the healer, the blacksmith, my husband.
You thinking he did this?
Of course. Who else could it be? You were in Canva. You saw what he did to the people.
But then what about her? How come her nut hasn't cracked?
The baby, perhaps? Could be protecting her from the ether. I can't think of any other explanation.
You mean... it's a bearer?
It won't matter what it is once Ultima's magic takes hold. Time's running out. This tower. That's where we'll find the king.
I knew it. It's the same as Phoenix Gate. Which means at the end of these stairs should be... The mural is complete. Ultima and his vessel, Ifrit. Garuda, Ramu, Shiva, Titan, Bahamut, Odin.
Even Leviathan the Lost is here. But where is the Phoenix? By the Founder. So that's what you want, isn't it, Ultima?
So that's how it's gonna be then?
I'm not asking, Gav. I need you to stay with Edda.
What's...
I must do this alone. If I don't return, you're to find Joshua and make for the Enterprise. Understood?
Aye. Just don't you go dying on me. Sid's name suits your miserable mug better than mine.
Don't worry. I haven't finished with it yet. If Barnabas is controlling the Akashic, then wherever he goes, they'll follow. And so will I. Fly, Ambrosia. This is it, boy. I've come for you, Barnabas. Stay close, Torgal. If I were Barnabas, where would I be? The top. So I could look down on the world. Right. was that thing? Hopefully there aren't any more. almost there. He's here. I can feel him.
The blade must ever feed if her edge is to remain keen.
Gotcha.
What care you for these worthless creatures? They are nothing. Weak from the moment of their conception, ever longing for power not theirs to command, they turn unfailingly upon themselves. Like sheep, they roam in filthy flocks, eager to trample those few gifted a fleece of gold. Or that they might feel contentment with their pitiful existence. Prejudice and persecution, severance and strife, every earthly wrong springs from the malice in men's hearts. Malice born of the pain and suffering that is free will. Its corruption is gnawed at your being from the very moment of your birth.
You're wrong. It is no corruption. It is who I am. Every choice I make, right or wrong, gives me reason to carry on. And carry on I shall. Not as a puppet, but as a man. Which are you?
There was a time I too thought those the only choices.
What?
Long ago, God granted man the gift of magic. And with that gift did he build great civilizations. Yet over time, man lost sight of the gift's true meaning, stepping from the path of shared prosperity to one of avarice. He abandoned his creator for sword and flame, and through his folly, beckoned the blight. Yet, there were those few who refused to turn their eyes from the heavens, and they prayed to God that he might lead them back to righteousness. And the Lord, he did answer. Before the worthy shall the gates of paradise open. And so did I spread my arms to the ether, and cast my soul upon its gentle waters. I gave myself unto him. Proven, the Lord charged me thus. If your kind are to find salvation, they must be made to serve,
You see, paradise lies but a single step away. Could we only take it? Could we only leave our transgressions behind? For none save the pure of heart and mind may set foot in the new world. I will save us. But it all begins and ends with you. You are the key, Mythos. And with this humble offering, shall I prove my faith once more.
So you forsook your kingdom. You forsook yourself to serve. Tell me, how is that living? What you seek to provide is not salvation. It's anything but. Life is about always having a choice. Take that away, and we might as well be dead.
Very well. Come then. Show us the strength of your will.
It's not the strength of my will that should worry you, but the weakness of yours.
If you think your will is stronger, prove it. By this day's end, you shall know the truth. Chose you to serve as his vessel, and you cling to this foolish notion of hope when there is none. Fuck!
Desperate, are we?
Finally, we can begin! must follow it. Free yourself, Mythos. You will not defeat me otherwise.
We'll see.
Perhaps you still require persuasion. Come on, do that. Must I show you? Enough, Mythos! Don't disappoint me this time. When will you see? What? I cannot be.
Defeated. You admitted defeat the moment you turned your back on us. When you turned your back on the truth, Barnabas. We are not as weak as your God believes.
the weapon of your weakness? My apologies. You are not the fool I took you for. And so it ends. No! Don't tell me you are tired, Mythos! Your stubborn defiance has stirred my long-becalmed heart, filling it with a joy that I have not known for generations! I had thought the tantalizing kiss of self-indulgence a dream forever out of reach. And now that its sweet ruin courses through my veins, I shall not be quick to relinquish it. Show me your work, Mythos, that I might revel in it! Salvation is come! Rejoice as our souls are granted peace unending!
How do you know he's true? What proof have you?
Your mere existence is proof of the Lord's grand design!
I'll never serve your god!
sought my crown, Mythos, but none could wrest it from my head. Come! Have you the strength? Have you the will? Claim me as your prize!
The day is at an end. And we both know the truth. It is I who stand victorious. My will that prevailed.
Your will? No. It was his. Clive Rossfield. relinquished my own.
You relinquished nothing. What was it, if not will, that made you strive for a new world? Strive to win your master's approval? You were shown a fantasy, and you chose to believe it. But you were wrong. There is no world but the one we live in. And that world is worth saving, even if it means killing a god.
Words from one who has served the Lord so well.
This is pointless.
But I almost forgot. I promised that I would make you presentable. Did I not? We shall fulfill our destinies, just as the Lord's Mother Crystals have fulfilled theirs. Come, Clive Rossfield. Take what is rightfully yours. Become one with God.
No.
At long last, salvation. I'm coming home. Mother.
Tell me, how does it feel?
Show yourself! Face me!
How does it feel to consume your rival's strength? To gorge yourself on their being? To edge step by trembling step ever closer to the divine? With or without a will, you are still but a vessel. Our vessel. Behold, how your body shudders in anticipation of its fate.
Oh, it's not yours yet.
No. Come then, O wayward child. We shall await you upon the back of the first worm. There, all shall end and begin again.
When was Eugen Hamel one to hide when there was a fight to be had? Since they stripped me of my rank and banished me from the battlefield. Now I'm stuck wiping the backsides of Lisbon while the city burns and my wife kills off with a man half my age! And then you turn up! What the hell are you doing here anyway? What indeed? The enemy numbers 200,000 or more, counting the orcs. There are simply not enough soldiers garrisoned in the capital to repel an army of that size. Then what of the central keep? Held by a contingent of soldiers and bearers from the surrounding boroughs. They are the sole reason it still stands. And all it took was an army on their doorstep to bring them together. The prospect of death does put things into perspective. Perspective?
Perhaps it's what we've lacked all along.
Hamel, I need you to lend me some of your best men, preferably all of them.
My best men! Does it look like I'm able?
I admit this might not be the most convenient time. My nephew's in trouble, and I may have already promised him your help.
Your nephew, the outlaw? My soldiers have better things to do than die for nothing.
Then you and he are of the same mind.
I fight for the opposite.
He fights for a world in which you shouldn't have to live and die for nothing. And he fights today to give us all a chance of a better tomorrow.
Be that as it may, a handful of men cannot stand against the kingdom.
Then mayhap they are the wrong men.
Well, I'll be damned.
Our numbers are few, but I shall rally as many of my dragoons as I'm able. You, apprise the Lord Strategist of the state of the city's defenses.
Yes, Your Radiance.
And you would fight alongside us?
I owe the Phoenix a debt.
Does this vouch for my nephews?
Aye, but I still have my doubts about you.
Which we can discuss later.
Indeed.
You said you had men garrisoned in the keep. Captain, do you know how many yet remain?
Allow me to confirm. Commander?
Whatever their number, Randalar will be needing
Gather the
them
bodies
all.
and build a pyre in the courtyard. Quickly.
Terence.
My lord.
You will find a girl there.
A girl? We are in the middle of a war.
I owe her my life, and I always pay my debts. You are to see that she is provided for.
Dion, I cannot leave.
But you shall. If I'm ever to be worthy of the forgiveness of our people, then I must earn it. And I must earn it by my hand, and my hand alone. Know that I do not ask this lightly.
And know that I will do it.
Farewell, Terence.
Farewell, my prince.
Clive. Thank fuck. You alright?
I am. But I'm a damn sight better for seeing you, Joshua.
And Barnabas.
The king is dead.
So they're all...
They are, but so is their killer. He can't hurt anyone anymore. You're safe.
Gav, we need to talk.
I'm sorry, Clive. You know I want nothing more than to go with you.
I do. But I'm glad you're heading back to the Enterprise nonetheless. And not just for Etta's sake. Our people need to know what happened here.
You can count on me.
As can she, I hope.
Thank you, me lords.
Do you think that was wise?
Wiser than leaving a woman with child alone in the Deadlands. They'll be safer at the hideaway. For now, at least. This land is overrun with Akashic. The king himself was long turned, albeit by choice. All to serve Ultima, in his damnable quest to forge the perfect vessel.
The chaos Barnabas wreaked upon nation after nation. How many were killed for this?
He didn't consider it killing. Or a mercy of sorts. A way to end their suffering. He truly wanted to save mankind, and ultimately use that.
As he uses us.
But why us? What are we?
What are we? We are dominance. That is our fate. But that doesn't mean we have to accept it, which is why we fight. For the right to deny it. Is that not so?
It is. For our sins. Barnabas said something else. That the Mother Crystals were Ultimas.
Ultimas? Are you certain?
We know that the Mother Crystals have been leading the land of Ether. And we also know that it's this which hastens the spread of the Blight. But what I cannot fathom is what Ultima stands to gain from that. What did you find at the Stronghold?
The truth about Ultima's prize. For so long, I believed it to be you, and you alone. Yet, it is not merely Efreet that he desires, but Efreet and Phoenix both. That which we became in the skies over Twinside. Only when the twin flames are joined shall his vessel be complete. Quite why he needs a vessel is another question. Unless there is something he cannot achieve without one. Something his immaterial form precludes. Something requiring an unthinkable amount of ether and a body resilient enough to channel it. If I did not know better, brother, I would think that he meant to cast a spell. A spell 1,000 years in the making. A spell to end all spells.
And he cannot do it without us. Nor without the Mother Crystals. But if we destroy them all, we will stop not only the Blight, but Ultima as well. We stick to the plan then. Only this time,
we face him together.
Well, it's a long walk to Stone here. Let's not keep Ultima waiting.
When Barnabas fell, his magic died with him. The road to Stone here is barred to us no longer.
covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
Come on. Faster!
Caution, brother.
Looks like we're working something up. Only one thing for it. Sweet dreams.
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia. Quiet. Thanks, girl. Look who's here to meet us. Pity they don't seem fond of visitors.
Over here!
hell did it cross the strait?
Finished.
Your journey ends here.
Clive.
Go on, then. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know. I'll be thankful you got that much. You got out else?
The stew's awfully thin these days.
What's that for, dear? And?
You were right, Joshua. Bodies up ahead.
Is there no peace?
What happened here?
And those faithless orcs. We were told that they would... something.
It's a wonder they stayed faithful for so...
Perhaps they sensed our downfall. What becomes of us, loyal poor fuckwalut? Fuck dead. The floods do not affect you. You are... Will you grant this pawn?
Of course.
Beyond the castle walls, my parents are buried upon a bluff, nestled amongst... I was torn from them in life. Take my ring.
May you find peace. Don't tell me. The only way to the capital
is through that gate, just as you surmise.
There's an army down there, Joshua.
Yes, but I don't see any dominance.
Good girl. Run like the wind.
There's not an unturned soldier in sight.
Then we end their suffering.
And Nina, by the look of it.
We can rest here if you like.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
Look, Clive.
By the Founder. The place is a fortress. Come on. Fly, Ambrosia. No villagers. No knights. Not even any bodies. One could almost believe the whole kingdom had turned to Kashek. straight home now. He'll be able to see all the way to Stone here. As fine a resting place as any man could hope for. Reunited with those he loves at last. Ready, go? Run like the wind. All right. Does it bother you that we haven't heard a single human sound?
Everything about this place bothers me.
Let's go.
Yeah!
You deserve a rest. That's no ordinary girl. Nice try. Let's hope it is the last of its kind. Ready, go? Faster!
The calm before the storm.
There's only one way into that city. Across the bridge. Through the main gate. Right into the midst of whatever is left of the late King's army. Are you ready for this?
As ready as I'll ever be. I dare not think. A stroke of good fortune, perhaps?
I hope you're right.
So do I. Has claimed them all.
Let's see who went on next.
behemoth.
Who'd be mad enough to tame such a beast?
Stand back. Here it comes.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Stand back! I'll conjure a ward! Joshua!
Desperate times.
Clive, no!
Trust me. Burn your shield, remember?
This might be a job for Ifrit! Why would you turn to him, brother? When we fight together.
just the beginning. Quickly, before we're cut off for good.
it is like the others, the entrance to the inner sanctum will be at the foot of the crystal. We're almost there. Once we step onto that bridge, we'll be easy targets.
We better move quickly.
I don't see any other way. corruption knows no bounds. We cannot allow it to spread any further. We won't.
Ah! happened to them? The whole bloody army's here. Stand back, Joshua. I'm summoning Ifrit.
Stop, Clive. You mustn't. We still have a long way to go. If you tap your strength here, you'll have none left to destroy the heart.
Then you'd rather die? Jill!
She's not alone.
Surprised to see us.
How did you?
Gav. He told us exactly where you'd be. Even sniffed out a crack in the castle wall. And when we saw the heavens come crashing down, we had no choice but to believe him. It's been quite a day.
To what do we owe this honor?
A debt I will see repaid.
Prince Dion. It's good to see you well.
So, this must be Ifrit. Your uncle bade me give you a message. Listen to your heart, and guide your steel true. Your father would expect no less. That is all.
Thank you.
For everything, Your Highness.
Dion, please.
You do realize the only thing we've freed so far is this wall from its foundations, right? Now, if your lord and ladyship's quite finished...
Well said, Gav. We have work to do.
I don't suppose there's out I can say to make you change your mind. So I'll just tell you to stay safe. Nan won't take kindly to losing her best customer, especially after letting us carry all this stuff all the way to Ash.
And we wouldn't want to anger old Nan.
You mean, you'll buy some off us? Let me show you me wares. Righto, here you go. How else I can do for you? You don't want me to make you out else?
If Sid were here today, I reckon he'd be proud of you, Clive.
He'd be proud of us all. I couldn't have made it this far without you, Torgal.
Each parting brings the hope of reunion. I missed you, Clive.
I missed you too.
There is still much I would learn of your tale, once this day is done. Until then, all who might come between me and such knowledge shall answer to my spear.
I do not envy them.
You see, Clive, we're not alone. If we are to win the day, we must all play our part. And ours. Ours lies beyond those doors.
We fought long and hard for this moment. Sid's dream, our dream, is within our grasp.
We need only endure this final trial, and we shall. Together.
You all know what it is that awaits us beyond this gate. And we shall face it together.
Aye.
It seems our hosts would rather we remain. I will stay them.
We will stay them. Go!
Just don't keep us waiting.
Thank you.
Welcome, sons of fire.
No!
Come back. What?
Joshua! Joshua! Wake up!
Clive, is that you? This isn't stone here.
Welcome to our darkness. A rift between worlds wherein your kind might reflect.
Show yourself!
Grave and many are the sins of man. And we would have you know them. All of them. As fate has seen fit to deliver you home, consider this our welcoming gift.
It would seem we are trapped.
And the only way out is through Ultima. We find him, and we leave.
If you are to comprehend the full extent of your transgressions, we must go back to the beginning.
When the world was still young, we visited upon it a miracle, magic, and in its light did all life flourish. Yet the price for this boon would prove heavy. A pall descended upon the land, painting the horizon black as night. Though we labored to forestall its spread, in this one endeavor, we stood powerless. And so we fled, that we might endure, that we might discover a means of salvation.
What if it was magic that caused the blight? What of the mother crystals?
I expect he'll tell us soon enough.
Salvation, alas, was not readily to be had. First, we would require a land unvisited by the stain of corruption. An unprecedented journey lay before us, one beyond the limits of our fleshly bodies. And so we cast them off. Thus, stripped to our very spirit, did we find our new paradise. A land as pure as driven snow, Valisthea. There would the true work begin, for the black crept yet behind us. And soon did we arrive at a solution, the illness having spread to every organ. There was but one escape from this fate, to start afresh.
With a new world. The one for which Barnabas labored. A paradise free from the blight where his God awaits. And where, if we only forfeit our wills and abandon everything we hold dear, humanity can join him. So, Ultima would have us follow in the footsteps of the king.
And follow we shall. For now.
To forge a new world would require not only power, but a constitution strong enough to wield it. Acquiring the first would be simple. Untouched by the blight, Valisthea was replete with ether, and we had only to place jewels in her crown to claim it. Acquiring the second, however, demanded creativity. And so I cast forth the seeds of humanity.
You created us.
Is that not what gods do? We sowed the seeds for you, Muthos, all that you might one day blossom. And our future thus secured, we thought to slumber, though that would prove a grave mistake. For it was as we slept that man committed his greatest sin. He awoke. Alone in a world bereft of his god's radiance, he stumbled blindly, desperate for guidance. Finding no light, he sought to kindle his own. And from that single errant impulse was his will born. Having discovered himself at last, man turned his eyes inward and found he desired evermore that which only magic might afford. So wars were waged and brothers slain for custody over that dwindling resource. And the land, she wept tears of black.
He would condemn us for this. Surely he cannot be so blind to his own hypocrisy.
Not blind, just unwilling to admit the truth. Though we're one and the same. Is that?
Ifrit, or what's left of him.
Long have our ashes lain cold for want of a spark. Cast your eyes upon them and see what you must become. Valisthea cannot endure a second claim upon her being. The avarice of man drives her ever closer to destruction. But she may yet be saved by you. It is what you were born to do, why we nursed you and fed you, as your own mother should have. And now that you are fully grown, our Muthos, it is time at last for you to serve your purpose.
To right your wrongs. If our sin is wanting to survive, then you are as marked by it as we are. The fault is yours. Our wills were born because you abandoned us. And now, you would have us forfeit them. All for a place in your new paradise.
Do you imagine yourselves worthy of one? Mankind has no place in our world. Is this truly so difficult to comprehend? We only ever require you, Muthos, when the time comes to bid this wretched realm farewell. None shall follow, none shall remain.
What do you mean, none?
This is our world. Once the land's rebirth is complete, humanity will have served its purpose. Why would we continue to suffer that which has caused us so much vexation?
Because the land doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us all!
What? That is where you are mistaken. You own nothing but your precious will.
Brother.
I can't do this alone.
And you don't have to.
I grow weary of your dissent. Now you must learn that this master will not tolerate disobedience.
My friends, my family. We have all suffered, all fought to survive. This world may be flawed. It may be broken. But it's all we have. And if we can't share it, I see only one other choice. You have to go.
You may have created us, Ultima. But it's time we lived on our own terms. This isn't your world anymore.
It's ours.
Bow down, offenders, hearts disdained. Sublimed through game standing. Only with heads hung low is penance paid. O wretched mortals incapable even of contrition. In fitting season shall we reap our harvest. Gifted this chance, and still you would raise your hand against the Lord.
What now? The darkness bends. He means to end us.
It wouldn't be the first time. But let's make it his last.
Your fate is inexorable. Surrender the vessel unto the darkness. Surrender it unto us. Kneel for us. Prostrate yourselves. countless generations have we awaited this moment. Your struggles have made you strong, yet your soul remains heavy with sin. Absolution is nigh. Repent, and all shall be forgiven.
Tell me, Clive, how many lives have you saved since taking my name?
Fewer than we have ruined. Wherever we go, we leave a sea of tears in our wake.
These are the wages of your will, son.
What good are our choices when all they ever bring, all they will ever bring, is death?
There's no atoning, Clive. No matter how hard you try.
So why not leave it all behind?
Leave it all behind.
Clive!
Please, won't somebody save me? Won't anybody love me?
I yearn, yet still she is not mine. Have I not given enough?
From will is born desire, and it is this which consumes you, rendering you incomplete.
Do you not see how the world bends and warps under the weight of your hungering hearts? What if it could all just go away?
Just go away.
Clive!
None of this is real. Wake up. It's time to go home, Clive.
Clive.
That's right. You're my brother.
Brother.
remember who you are.
Clive.
Once more, lest you forget.
My name is Clive. Clive Rossfield. Look, Ultima.
Even here, the light of the vessel's will cannot be quenched. And the Phoenix, his trespass should not have been possible. Not possible unless he has been with Mythos all along. The mark of the Phoenix, emblazoned upon his heart, made manifest by the power of will alone. The power of creation. Can it be? Are their wills truly so potent?
Are you still talking?
Damn it, Clive. Wake up.
That.
Sorry to wake you, but I think it may be time to leave. This place.
Once again, does my creation stray from the path laid before it? Steeped in conceit, you fancy yourself a god. You embrace Logos. But we will put an end to this hubris.
What are you talking about?
In the halls of origin, does our true power quicken? And there shall you be made complete. Soon, Mythos, soon you will discover how little you know of suffering. And And so the crystals are no more. Yet in their silence, a new song rings. Its chorus building, a crescendo as it enters its final movement, stirring those long aslumber to waking. And back to their origin.
Bloody crystal's cracked. So where the hell are they? Oh, fuck me.
Is that ether?
What in good Grieger's name is going on?
This is wrong.
Are we back?
Clive! Joshua!
Jill!
Is everyone all right?
We're fine. What happened?
Too much to explain here. Mate! We're leaving! Now! Everyone, fall back to the ship!
I will be with you anon.
Thank you. I need to tell everyone what happened at Drake's Spine. And I'm going to need Otto's help.
Origin, he called it. The origin of what?
Still alive, are ya? Coin purse weighing you down? It'd better all be here.
Is that all?
Trouble with your gear, or... So, what'll it be? And?
There's something about it. I feel like it's...
Still alive, I see. Something tells me that eyesore on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck, then.
Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder, and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Varisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well...
The Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canva is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the Cursebreakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we gonna manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Thank you. Joshua seemed upset.
Unless you've taught our chocobos how to fly, I won't be scouting this one for you, Clive. You're on your own, but...
There is much to consider.
Believe me, Clive, I would fly with you to Origin, nay, to the end of the world.
Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be. But a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it, it won't be easy. It may take generations, centuries of suffering. And that is if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. Are you certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember.
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to, does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
Say your farewells, and let us be gone.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
It's almost time. Better make sure I haven't forgotten anything. Something tells me this is no mere adventure.
My Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved.
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman.
From what little I saw.
I suppose. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more... Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and we must move.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are two: the realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends... In short, if Storm does not stand together...
But how would one even begin?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gag... But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion.
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. And as luck would have it, I've already...
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principles. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind?
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the...
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a stola?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital.
Excellent.
No.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen herself.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him up. And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf. Torn away from his heart. Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10...
Your kindness is appreciated.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you.
Where to then, Torgal?
What do you think happened to me?
Sid!
With what?
No. Well, yes.
It's Miss Mididol. She's very strange.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there.
In the class.
That's what I said.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind.
Not long ago.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Mididol. Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise.
But who's gonna put Miss Mididol back to...
Why don't I go and see if I can...
You do that. She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him.
Thanks for the warning.
I will not let them be forgotten. Sid.
Of course.
It is an honor to find... My name is Herman. I wish to be deployed to Ash.
No. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. I was raised in a... Or rather, it was not a place of nurture. We were tortured. Until we... And few ever survived long enough.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. But they must be remembered. The Institute was run with military precision. Sid.
You were a good friend, but the fact remains that Ash is...
Sid.
Too dangerous for you. I'll go to Bad Bach and find him.
You will?
I won't let you risk your...
I don't...
You can start by telling me where I'll find...
Be the grace.
All right.
May the mothers...
All right, Torgal. I'm going to need a little bit more than that. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... You've already given me one. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still...
Clive.
Joshua, what's wrong?
I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will.
Oh, his will?
In the crypt, beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they...
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go...
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as...
Very well.
Sid.
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no... And something else. Records from a Waluda prison.
How did she come?
Finding bearers always... And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of... And even better for her. Bearers with no one...
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happens.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from travel, I can't let those bearers die in their cells.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we...
Does that...
I'm making an exception. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash, isn't it?
Thank you, Sid. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. Like the thought of him held captive and...
He must be very important.
He was.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow. We should head there as quickly as we can.
As do I.
Sid, I was wondering...
It depends what...
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Cursebreakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability.
I don't mind, but...
Because he wants to be a... Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting scouting. We're few with the nose for that, which is why we... And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
One can never have too many...
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that he is to proceed directly.
No time like the present, then.
No time like the present.
reach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer. Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're...
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy.
Please. You have always granted it's only right that I return the favor.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you... I spoke with Hippocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where... But perhaps it is...
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, but this book... It set me on the path to becoming who I...
The answer was right here. If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will.
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings up.
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. Is this really so important that you need to shut...
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm. And that's what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so... I'm gonna do... The Fallen had their chance. But they relied too much on... Not me. Well... Almost. First.
And is that a one-woman?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the... Oh, if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, first I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined. Then I'll need some bone, or shell.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the
No, they'll know where you might find some.
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I sit. For Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Not exactly.
All right, Sid.
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project.
Most bones are the same, if it's durability you're looking for.
I do. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. But don't...
Clive, my boy.
Hippocrates, I've been charged with locating a book.
And you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear.
Right as always. She didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like where you...
And yet I gather it did not. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining it, I fear she asks the impossible.
The executors?
Coveters of a clandestine organization committed to the collection one such text, being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history, a tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known, or so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organ?
Why? Secrecy. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after.
By the hand of the executor.
What drives them?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors, you may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities.
And my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting?
Not from thin air, no. Rumors of the executors are rife among us, but rather less so across the strait. I had a friend in the village of... Alas, I have heard naught, but though he did not mention it by name, It is possible that a survivor, if you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the...
Very well. I'll be sure to pay Garnick a... It's still here. Lots smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger.
You two go on with it. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure. Hop in, boy. This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you. Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up. For never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home. It's well. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all.
Quiet. Have care. Very well.
This should be enough. Come on. Fly, Ambrosia. Here we are again. Carava. If you were a tortoise, Torgor, where would you hide? Looks like we found him. Materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype. Mid, tell me this is all you need.
Aw, you make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realized I'd forgotten a one.
And
a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I'll keep working on the model. You go...
Sid!
She wasn't hiding. She's just busy working on
A new invention. Is it an airship?
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. A brass gear. A tiny one.
Oh, the one you...
We saved it, just in case.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling all the pieces that are left over. We keep under our beds, just in case.
That's...
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just a...
That's all for now.
Thanks, Sid.
Well, did they have it?
They did. And they...
Will it work?
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right... Well... That should do it. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes, children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my Mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it isn't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do. What shall I do with your model? You spent a lot of time on it. We both did.
What, that old thing? Not healthy to cling to your failures, Clive. They'll weigh you down, you know.
So,
Faster!
all right. That'll do, girl. This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here. Disposed of. Conditioning. This is nothing short of torture. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place. I need to find that registry. This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out. A forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry. So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. Where is the architect of all this misery? It was only a matter of time, I suppose.
The director was a...
The registry was...
I can show...
No, it's... See...
I'm all in
Neither
these...
The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in? This is a Royal Army logbook. His interests were certainly varied. This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Let's see, shall we?
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But it is a question of numbers. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait! Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about. Vivian. I found it.
You... Even though I asked this of you, I fear the executive...
I met with one of these, and I convinced he told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collecting, and that if enough people believe a lie...
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. Provided that those who wish to change it can As the sad history of the bear.
You said that the book...
It did. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of... And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth. So I, too, have always felt somehow... She taught me that my solitude was not... And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one,
Do you still feel that way?
Honestly? I'm not entirely sure anymore. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather... But the more I study, the more I find value. So if you'll permit me, remember, Clive. When enough people believe, give the men and women of the...
I'll try. Good girl. Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dock. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashik. I need to hurry. Time to fight. No need to ride from here. There were no guards, I take.
None manning the gate. It's a different story inside. If Chadwick was being held here...
Don't give up.
Then I'll...
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life. So this place was no... And I doubt they'll have taken the... Minimal loss of what even... They were... Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on. No luck. Let's see what we can find down here. Survivor. She sounds close. It's out there waiting for me. I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers.
Sid.
Well met. Many thanks. A fine choice.
Do you see that too?
Is it? Oh, please. Just make it stop.
I'm scared.
It's all right.
Come on. Faster! Can't be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. Men.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Haviland, are either of you injured?
No, my lord.
You... fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers but I hadn't thought the corruption had... It's a fucking... Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me. My lord, or is Sid the outlaw more...
Call me what you want, it doesn't change who I... or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm.
Before I'd have you answer, what do you stand to...
I won't deny that I might benefit from it. I seek a new beginning for... And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could, when it should have been our decision all along. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with...
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dalm. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army.
Thank you, Field.
But they are not...
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require... We will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen.
I'm flattered, and I have other problems. What we need is a skilled arbitrator.
Is that, sir? And would he happen to be an out...
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through.
I shall.
My lord, your lord uncle bade me escort the field.
And I will see that my associates are very good. An envoy. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. Someone like Quentin. Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia. That'll do, girl. Quentin.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a... Go on, then. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there?
I know it's a lot to ask.
And you'd have me give up what little I... The people of Lostwing are my family. You'll have to find someone...
I'm sorry.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. We'll see that the grapes are picked and the...
It's not...
Then what is it?
You know that.
My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape. Uncle, the Field Marshal has agreed...
Of course he...
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there.
One other? Who?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as... He asked if I might have a solution. And I suggested as...
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quentin would probably call me one of his.
Another outlaw? Just the thing we need to put these rotten political... Good-thinking class...
I'm glad you...
The more the merrier.
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quentin can, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the great...
Oh, don't... The 7 high houses, they have all agreed to make the most... Oh, of course, it did take a little... But luckily I had...
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward, Rock...
It was more of a...
Well... The old batch had a shipload of talents delivered to my private, and when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as... Now, join us there at your earliest...
Of course, sir.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many. That is, unless you'd have the.
Well, that's certainly.
Says the man with the belly big. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on.
Perhaps I might suggest, although supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, allow them to make port and fill their... but I...
Well, my boy,
that it is.
This is the role you were born for. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. I want you to keep this signed accord.
I will. It's usually me. Lawsman Harpoquin.
Ah, yes.
You spoke of making amends with Dion.
Then I should begin by telling you. This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Cid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars.
Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Enough for a bunch, I suppose. Oarsman.
You did.
I think...
Your Grace?
Cyril.
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
An inheritor.
It would seem the late Archduke penned
the day before we left for...
What are these plans?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer. The complete, but your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken with the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins. Archduke El...
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of... Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never, nor would he have entrusted his vision to those who would have stood with you, shielded you.
It's a pity only they...
'Tis true that those most loyal, but one at least remains.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she, after all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor, extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting.
And where is this one?
She awaits you in the archive.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
My lord, Your Grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift.
Lift up your head, Lady God. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady.
But what exactly is...
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be present.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Alas. He had intended to claim the Heartstone, but it was not to be.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you. It was your father's wish, but with his grace long since gone. And that you are grown men, and while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have...
Thank you.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady.
Oh, I am...
Do you know where we might find this?
I do. Though it is found in the bag, we do at least know where to...
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its... Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield?
What say you, Josh?
What else?
Fly, Ambrosia.
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
There it is. For House Rosfield.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Yes. This radiant luster, like frozen. Thank you, my. Your father would be.
Lady Goddess.
Thank you, Cyril. If you would excuse me, The armbands are complete. Pray. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling this...
It's a message. For enemies who would thwart his vision. Only.
And only if we... Thankful for the eats of...
In the... and see...
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to...
What do you say?
Yours in paper.
Thank you. Come on, Clive.
Good girl.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies? That I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
It's just back there. Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. Nazaire might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
I've nerve.
All right, Ember. Impress me.
Ready, go?
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not. This won't be an easy decision.
You should have seen him. The thing did...
Welcome back, Sid.
Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast, but he didn't lose heart.
Indeed it is. Thank you for... The fact remains...
Lord, what is it?
One of our brethren. Mickle.
This be Mickelberg.
Be safe.
They seek the same salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
Ready. What now? We meet again. I've killed your kind before. Let's try.
Thank you.
fit to take the bearer's side.
Of course.
What's in a
You
castle?
have to listen to me. They're coming.
Why do they always have to make such a fuss outside?
What's
Come, Clive. If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about now?
Looks like everyone's ready. Come on.
There it is. The flood.
But what's waiting for us inside? Can't leave a single one alive.
fortress?
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the markets if we don't cooperate.
I would speak with this Duke about
Saw the captain just now.
wearing his uniform? Because he had...
Your town needs you. I need you.
But the Duke would have to...
Do you have a moment, Club?
Of course.
Thankfully.
Where can I...
Do you see anything you like? I do like a customer who knows what he wants.
We'd have our coin, our stock and our stalls, and we're just
So you're content to abandon...
Ready, go? Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town.
When the fighting begins, we can take refuge...
Come on.
There are so many of them.
Not for long. It's only just begun. Ambrosia.
There are so many of them.
Not for long.
Is it over?
No. It's only just begun. Let's try. Guess we're all ready.
Can we get you anything?
How goes the tree?
You alright?
Something troubling.
It's just... Eda's baby will be coming soon.
Is there anything I... If Joshua's... Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs.
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to. Now, let's get this stopped.
Look, Daddy. Shiny so oily. Isn't it pretty?
A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's Ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here, run like the wind.
Can hardly make out a blooming thing.
Torsten, brother.
Tracks. Like bandits for a change. Whoa! I don't hear anything.
It was no trouble at all.
Christ.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen our...
This should tide us over until the new moon.
And how might I help the garrison today?
haven't seen any of those beastly blue-eyed... Do be careful.
I will.
Good girl.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Someone's brave. The meadows are vast. Where do we even start?
Lute mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
Thanks, girl. Sea boy. Let's hope this is the last one.
Only one way to find out.
That was harder than I... Jill.
There is?
It's, how would you fancy a trip to...
How might I help the garrison today?
Haven't seen any of those beastly blue-eyed... Do be careful.
I will.
Faster!
All right.
Who drove His Highness to madness on your knees!
He hasn't heard. And it doesn't look like he's willing to listen.
It's all your fault!
can I do for you? You've a keen eye. And a fine...
Straight home now. Another of the Royalists' guard dogs. Specimen it is too. Let's try. For you, I toil. Let's go. Run like the wind. That'll do, girl. Madness lives on. Rest in peace.